And we just ask for your wisdom and guidance. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. All right, today we are here. It is Tuesday, July 7th, and it is now 10:31 a.m. I hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee to order. Ms. Brianna, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Chairwoman Logan.
All right. I am present and here. Oh, wow. Today we have one item on the agenda, and it is a presentation, the Hospitality Hub Women's Shelter presentation and update on Hub North, District 7, Super District 8, requested by myself. And we're going to ask that you give us your name and address, and you are recognized. All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilman Warren that has joined us. And before you get started, fellow council members, I just wanted to have Hospitality Hub come down. There are a lot of new developments on the housing front or unsheltered and homeless front, and I want to make certain that we stay in the know and understanding what's going on and how we all can help. This summer, now there's a lot going on, and even as we look toward the school year starting back, we just have to make sure we get ahead of things and all stay well connected. So we want to just give them the space and time to kind of share and update us on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. We have Hospitality Hub here. They will be sharing their presentation with you, and then I'll come back for some closing comments if necessary.
Kelsey Johnson, 101 South Main, Hospitality Hub. I'm kind of in the middle of my presentation here because I wanted to, that's what she put the summer stuff that we were talking about. Do you want me to do that first, or you want me to just start at the top and come all the way down? Started with Hub North. Well, the reason I'm here today mostly is because of the challenges we're having on our campus. I think when I spoke to you and Councilman Warren last week or week before, as I said, we came to this body and requested money to build a women's shelter because we realized that 36.5% of all the homeless people in this city are women, and 89% of all homeless children are with their moms, and only 6% of the beds in the city at that time were set aside for women. At the same time, we had other partners that were actively sheltering women, like the ARC out in Bartlett had 36 beds for women who needed alcohol and drug treatment. At that time, we had not just the YWCA, but we also had the Family Safety Center that was sheltering women who were going through domestic violence. And then we had Salvation Army downtown here at 696 Jackson, I think that is their address. They had a family shelter with 36 rooms for families. So that's a lot of families they could shelter there. Since then, the ARC made their campus all male. They kicked those 36 women off campus. So those women who should be in treatment are sheltering with us until we can get them to treatment somewhere else. The family shelter at Salvation Army shutting down is backbreaking for the entire city. The Single Women's Lodge has declined in their beds because of staffing. They can't afford to hire more people. So instead of sheltering 19 women per night, they're only sheltering 9 women per night. And so when I called you all last week, as I said, we came asking for money to shelter 46 women and 12 children. And we got money from you guys and from the county and from a foundation to build our shelter, to shelter 46 women and 12 children. We had when I called y'all, I had 122 humans on my campus. And today, I just got back from vacation last night about 8 o'clock. And so I got to work this morning, and we've got 84 humans on our campus that spent the night there last night, and that's using the shelter upstairs, our overflow area, and then the 10 small cottages we call hub studios outside. There's 20 children just outside slipping in the nose with their parents. We've got one single dad who just came, his wife died, and with the loss of their income, he became homeless. And so, as you see on this first slide, the extreme heat increases health and safety risk, driving more people to seek assistance from places like the Hospitality Hub. But as you just heard, there's not a lot of people sheltering women and children anymore. Men have it made in this city, because you have a 130-bed shelter in South Memphis. That's awesome. And then you have the Union Mission that shelters 425 men, and then there are other places across the street that shelters about 80 men. Women just don't have those options. With school being out, increased child care costs, eliminating school meals, strains family budgets. The thing that we see, and we know about it, you won't read about it in the paper, but when a family is sharing space with another family, like your sister and her children are homeless, you let them come stay with you. It's very easy when you're going to work, or easier, I would say, when you're going to work and your children are going to school and those children are going to school, that mom is going to school, and then in the summertime, that mom and the kids are at your house eating all the food, sucking up your air. You know how they used to say when we were kids. And so a lot of those families get kicked out for the summer. A lot of the children we have right now, women and children, were staying with family members. And so we're really fighting to get those folks not just sheltered but housed before school starts back. And in addition to everything else, we are the city's primary cooling center, provide a safe place, water, meals, transportation, connections to housing. And I think the last time we were open, I think about 40 were with us just for that. So you can see the numbers. We got 205 families enrolled in stabilization right now, and that's between our campus and hotels and studios and all the different ways. 71 families in a shelter. Last night, the count was 20 families, and the rest of the people were single women and 44 children. And these are the things we're dealing with all the closings that I already talked about. Resurrection House is one of the places that usually we had stopped using, but they've really cleaned up their act. They're a little better than they used to be. But the price went from $10 a night to $15 a night for the worst shelter in the city. And you see Single Women's Lodge went from 19 to 9 beds. Let me go back to this. Any questions about the summer thing before I talk about Hub North?
Councilman Moore, before that, I want to recognize Councilwoman White has joined us. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I just want to make sure it's my understanding that right now you're short $12,000 in cash to pay for people you've had to put in hotels. Is that where we are now, or are we in a different situation?
No, that's the situation. What I asked for was $12,000 to help us pay for hotel rooms, and using my math, it would come up to 6 rooms per night. So that's 6 families I can shelter for 45 nights at the rate that I'm being charged.
And okay, so you've got that going. So I guess my next question is, are you still using First Baptist for a cooling center? Do you have another place you're using other than just the Hub campus?
Right. First Baptist doesn't allow us to use them for cooling. We're using our own building for cooling right now.
So we don't have a cooling site that's off for you at this point?
No, what we're doing right now is we're using libraries and community centers up until about 3 o'clock, in addition to our place. And then we shut down and make our whole place a cooling center from 4 o'clock until the temperature drops to a safe point that people can go wherever they go.
Okay, so we have a number of people that need housing that are coming in for cooling, and then when they leave, they go out into the heat of the night because once the temperature drops below what?
Jessica, what's the temperature?
105.
So the heat index less than 105, they're okay to go out.
Right.
Okay, so that's sort of tough, right?
It's tough.
Okay, so I don't think most of us would want to be out in a heat index of 105.
Right. Can I add something to that?
Please
And if it's a man, woman, family with children who come into the cooling center, when the cooling center closes, they're not going out. They're going to go. We're going to pay for them to go to a hotel.
Okay, so if we got a family, you take care of the families.
Mm-hmm.
It's single people who would be in trouble. And did you calculate how many lost rooms in total we've got for women, children, and men? Based on, can you put that slide back up on everything that's closed? Okay, so we've got Salvation Army. Do we know why they closed their family center?
They said they have $1 million shortfall.
Okay, they don't have money. Okay, Room in the Inn is, that's seasonal, and that depends upon churches who open up and have people that let them come and stay there.
And that, let me say this too. It says congregational shelter offered March through October. It's flip-flopped. It's October through March. Because they're open for winter only.
Yeah, October through March. And what they end up doing is they do some in the summer if they got a church that says they want to do it.
Yeah, that's typically
so I think
about
that's what we need our
beds.
churches to understand, that we're needing this in the summer now because of the extremes in weather.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's a way that you guys can, and the church communities that are volunteering for this can step up, I'm sure Room in the Inn would step up to try to help us do stuff there. And I guess those are the ones that have closed. And we know why Family Safety Center closed.
Well, they stopped sheltering a while ago.
Okay.
But they completely shut down because of Trump cuts.
Because so essentially the change in federal budget closed down what we've got to be able to support our homeless population.
Right. And that was strictly domestic violence.
Okay, and that was for people who are victims of domestic violence. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Those are what I think are important points that we make sure that we know, and also that our constituents know. And as we move forward, I think we got to fill these holes somehow. We're going to need our administration, Art, to help us with this.
I do want to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilman Ford. And today, I just want to make sure we all are aware of the status of things, to make sure everyone knows where we are, because it's easy to say, okay, let's just call the hub. When they call us, and we in our constituents, or there are situations, we automatically think, I know I do, let's call the hub. But we have to know what's going on, be aware, and plan ahead, not wait until there's a great need. So with that being said, if there aren't any other questions about the immediate need, which I do have a resolution coming in the budget regarding it, to make certain that we're budget neutral. But right now, I do want to get an update on Hub North. You can move forward with your presentation.
All right. We've talked about Hub North here a lot. The city of Memphis City Council has been major. Without you, there would be no.
If you
Hub
would
North.
pull that up a little closer to you,
I'm
so
sorry.
we can make sure we.
Yeah. You all have been pivotal in the developing of Hub North, which is a place for families only. Families who are experiencing homelessness would come to our main campus at 590 Washington Avenue and then be referred and then transported over to Hub North. And that location is, as you can see, corner of Firestone and Manassas in New Chicago community. And that's what it looks like from the top, the rendering, what it would look like. There'll be 60 cottages. If you've been to the Hospitality Hub, you've seen the small hub studios that we use right now, which are about 190 square feet. These are 680 square feet each because they have a separate bedroom for mom or dad. And then they have a separate sleeping space for children. They have their own bathrooms inside and their own kitchenette inside, unlike the studios that we have on our campus now. And this is what we hope for. This is what we plan for it to look like in the common areas. And let me say a word about these cottages that you see in this picture. We had our own ideas for what the cottages would look like, and we had several community meetings with Councilwoman Logan and Michael Easter Thomas and the community there in New Chicago, and they hated our drawings. They said, we don't want that crap over here. And so we worked with the people who live in the community, and the people there helped design these. And this is what we came up with. I kind of like them. And this is what the floor plan is going to look like inside of those. And this is updated timeline. And if you look at this timeline, it is absolutely not what we promised y'all when we received money from y'all. It's a lot later than what we said, and part of that is because we accepted money through a this pilot program that really helped get everything that we need to get everything built, and just mechanical stuff and permits and that kind of thing. But the main thing was that we were waiting for to be able to use the money from this bond. And so that's why it's so behind schedule. We do have a building that used to be the mechanic shop for Greyhound bus line, and they've already started constructing these houses inside of that building. The idea was to build them there and then move them to that site. And we had some people come through to make sure I wasn't lying about us building the buildings. There is construction going on, but it's not going on at 777 Firestone. It's going on right here downtown on Main Street inside of this Greyhound station. Greyhound mechanic shop. It's a shop that's supposed to be able to host 26 Greyhound buses at the same time, so it's huge. And so we're building them inside of there right now.
I want to make sure I understand the reason why it's behind is because you all ran into some mechanical.
There's that and permits, because if all we had to do was wait for the city of Memphis to approve things, things would go much faster. But we have the city of Memphis and we have Shelby County that we have to get things approved, and they're not as fast as you guys are.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that update. I also want to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who has come in and joined us. All right, you all. Oh, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have okay.
Thank you, Chair. If they would like to finish their presentation, and then I will make my comment.
Wonderful.
Yes,
okay. All right, go right ahead, sir.
All right. And so you can see the breakdown here. And it's the LIHTC is the $8 million that kind of held our project up. For us to use their money, we had to pause, and then all the mechanical stuff after that. No, we are not in deficit at all. That 1.1 is inaccurate.
Okay, was that it?
That's it. Let me make sure that's the last slide. Yes, that was the last slide on HubNorth.
So the recap, the actual update, where are we right now?
Where right now is that
hub?
I just had a meeting this morning about it, and we are having bids come in right now for plumbing and things like that to prepare the ground.
Okay.
And
Pre-development. For the pre-development work?
Yes, the pre-development work. And that should take this week and next week, the following week, you should see.
Wonderful.
Yeah, because we have all of our permits, all the mechanics, everything's done now.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right. Did you want to go before? Okay. All right. All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I did talk with Jared in April, and we had a meeting, and he did explain to me that the project is currently awaiting, and I just need you to clarify that if you can, that the project is currently waiting for the city engineer documents since they've had since December of last year. Has that been cleared up?
He told me. Council Johnson, 101 North South Main. He told me this morning that has been cleared up.
Okay. I see that you put the LIHTC funding, so that has cleared up as well. Is that correct?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And construction should probably, confidently, I like your date that you said, but he was aiming for September to start on about 6 cottages. I know the total is 60, am I correct?
Correct. And right now, one of my board members walked through that building last Thursday, and there's 5 that are already built in there right now.
So it's 5 already up?
They're already inside of there that are built.
Okay. Could you send us some pictures of those that are already
yes, ma'am,
built?
I can.
That would have been great to see in your presentation. That would have been
Yes, ma'am.
really good to see.
Yes, ma'am.
See that.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
he said it's a total of 60, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's a total of 60.
Okay, all right. Well, I just wanted to make sure because we did talk and there were some questions about it in the neighborhood as well. The concerns of when you would start that project.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm glad all of those little bitty small items have been completed and all
Yes,
the permits. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you as well. And I do want to also add that a number of the partners in this space that do emergency, rapid rehousing, and all of that, sometimes also they end up having residents stay longer because the lack of housing in our community, lack of affordable and attainable housing. And so, whereas they're supposed to stay, 45, 60 days, some end up staying 8 months, a year, because they don't have anywhere to go. We don't have the housing stock to put them in. And so that puts us in a situation as well because they're having to fund and extend and go outside of their budget as well. So this is something that we definitely need to continue to work together on and collaboratively on, and have you all come to us, keep us apprised and abreast of what's going on in this space, because being able to get people transitioned in and out into a better situation is most important. And I just wanted to share that with you all. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Yes, and I want to just piggyback off of what Chairwoman said. We request for you all to come, but as progression moves forward, you all should be reaching out and saying, can we get on the agenda to see how far we're moving forward? So hopefully this is July, and we got August, and we have September. So we'd like to have you back on the calendar in September for an update to see the progression of what's happening. And so I would like for you all to initiate that, to say, we're ready to bring a report.
And we will have them back because the next council meeting will have someone else. I've already reached out to another shelter that will be coming to give us an update on what they're doing, and then the next one, so that we'll know what's happening in that space. And so we'll circle back in September with you all as well.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. All
Can I
right.
say something about that?
Yes, sir.
If you give me the date, I'll show up. As long as I know,
most
when to be here,
Yeah.
I will definitely come.
Most definitely. We know. We definitely know. We appreciate it. Was there anything that you wanted to say from HCD?
Well, I actually just want to just kind of reiterate a couple of points. One, we know in terms of the federal funding, a lot has changed. It's changed the dynamics of what we've seen on the ground, which we've just discussed here. And so with the funding cuts on the federal level, not only for us in terms of our entitlements, but also to individual nonprofit organizations. And so we're seeing the impact of that. And so it's much partnership we can get, the best. So I will not kind of belabor that point. But just kind of want to reiterate that we currently have $1 million in this project in terms of CIP and other agencies. So we're supporting upward almost $2 million in terms of supportive services. But that doesn't begin to even scratch the surface of what is needed here on the local level. So so we will be back with more updates and to reiterate
Absolutely, and that's what I was going to say. You all are who we're looking to keep us apprised of what's going on throughout the city as it relates to the local, state, and federal level. So whatever, when you all come back at our next committee meeting, I would love for you all to give us a report sharing those cuts and what that impact is on us and how we need to be preparing and what's on the horizon as a, from a holistic approach. Because you're seeing this is one nonprofit, one entity who, does a lot of work in this space, but you all are seeing the entire scope of things. And we'd like to hear from you next at the next one as well.
For sure.
So I appreciate that.
Thank
All right,
you.
anything else? Okay, Dr. Warren?
Just a quick follow-up. If you look, this is a direct result of a big, beautiful bill that came out that cut social services. And although we've been very grateful for the highway patrol and other people that have come and help us take care of crime, unless we get people off the streets and we get them someplace to work, we're going to have the crime when these guys go away. So just bringing those people are not helping us. We've got an election coming up. We now have the possibility of getting 3 separate people from Memphis that are Democrats going to Washington. It's going to take a 50% turnout of voters here in Memphis to be able to make that happen. Wherever you live in Memphis, remember part of what's going on here is the social cuts that came with the big, beautiful bill, and we all need to get out and vote to help our people that need the help here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much. And if there's nothing else that any other business that needs to come before this committee, we are adjourned.
Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, Chair Smiley.
Cedric here too. All right. We have two items on the agenda today. Item number one, report on debt obligation for 2006 A solid waste lease in the amount of $643,810 for the acquisition of various solid waste vehicles and equipment sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Oh, it's just, don't need a motion, it's a report. Somebody gonna come talk to us? Director and Chief?
I think there's a presentation. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Judge and ready.
I don't. I have one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 125 North Main. This is a presentation. It's a project that we've been working on. You've seen it a couple of times, but this presentation is a brief update of the community enhancement vehicle lease purchase that council approved earlier this year. The city successfully financed $643,810 for vehicles that support community enhancements, environmental enforcement operations, and the enforcement of the city's solid waste ordinance. These vehicles will improve field response, increase visibility throughout the community, and strengthen our ability to address illegal dumping and other solid waste violations. The project was planned within the FY27 Solid Waste Fund budget. Since council's approval, the financing has successfully closed June 2nd, 2026. The city executed a 3-year tax-exempt lease purchase agreement with a fixed interest rate of 4.01%. The annual debt service is approximately $230,000, with payments beginning in FY27 as anticipated in our operating budget. Vehicle procurement is underway. Once delivered, these vehicles will improve community enhancement's ability to address illegal dumping and other solid waste ordinance violations throughout Memphis. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody? All right.
Excuse me, just as a matter of process, Art Davis, interim CFO, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. We are required to report not only the percentage of the interest rate of the debt obligation, but to also disclose the cost associated with that. And there was a $250 cost that went along with that debt. So we want to make sure that you saw that. We also handed out the report on the debt obligation as well as the amortization schedule supporting the payment of $229,000 a year.
Mike. Conversion of property. It's a tort and it's a crime. Any other councilman? Seeing all right, thank you. Item number 2. You want to ask a question too, Chairwoman?
Director Davis.
Chief. Director
I thought
Davis.
he was getting ready to leave. You're not getting ready to leave. Are you getting ready to leave? Okay. I have a question for them after this.
Okay, cool. All right, Chairwoman has a question after we have this update on item number 2, update on city-owned properties for potential reuse. All council districts requested by myself. Talk to me. Brevity is the word. Don't have to be long. All right, go ahead. Whoever's going to start.
Good morning, council. Carlton Osborne, real estate manager, 125 North Main. So, we have a slide presentation. Okay. Does everyone have the handouts?
Yeah.
So today's presentation is a brief summary of updates on several vacant city-owned commercial properties that are not currently being utilized. The purpose is to Okay, I'll keep going. The purpose is to identify where each property stands and what opportunities may exist and what due diligence is still needed before the final decisions are made on the use of them. Each property has different condition, costs, ownership issues, community interests, and future potential use. So, the first property is 1079. There's about 7 different vacant properties that are not in use for the city. The first one being 1079 North 2nd Street, which is referred to as the old Bungie site. This property is being viewed as part of a larger redevelopment area, but there is currently a public works infrastructure on the site. And before we can move into that redevelopment, we would need to reparcelize or subdivide the property to cut out basically the public works infrastructure. So there's interest by Grind City Brewing and Shelby County CRA. The recommendation is to complete the title work and environmental review and the subdivision before moving forward.
What's the timeline? Every item that you show, I'm gonna ask you the timeline because I feel like most of these properties we've just been sitting on. I'm 38, probably as long as I've been alive. I feel like these properties been vacant for a while. So I'm just gonna ask you timeline for everyone from where we are now to the recommended course of action. Trying to figure out the timeline.
Well, for each or all?
Just, I'm gonna ask you, like, so for this one, what's the timeline to start moving on these projects?
Excuse me, council members, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. Would it be feasible or more prudent if we can tell you the marketing plan and what has happened? I think with regard to the closing and sale may not be imminent. And so to that end, I think it would be speculative to give that exact.
So I'm not necessarily asking about whether we're going to sell it, and I'm just asking what is the timeline for the next step? Because I don't want to be in a holding pattern saying, hey, we should do these things. We don't do anything.
Understand. So provide your marketing plan. We discussed this so that you'll know.
So in general, we use our standard real estate marketing plan for most of our commercial properties, which include first listing them on our particular GIS site. We also have several brokerage, real estate broker firms that we use to market our properties when such time comes that they are needed to be marketed on a broad basis. Generally, when we have a vacant property that comes open, we look for internal uses first. Once that internal use has been exhausted, then we look to possibly some of the community nonprofits that may have a better use for the property. And then at the same time, we're evaluating the current status of the property to make sure that it can support nonprofit use at a minimal cost to that particular organization. So from that, if we don't get any responses from our nonprofit organizations or internal sources to use the property, then we would use our real estate marketing firms or brokerage firms. And from there, we also have the capability of listing our own properties on LoopNet or CoStar. So that's generally our market. So we wait, and from that standpoint, we wait until we get some responses from the public. Right, 247 Washington, former city facility, strong downtown location. The building has major deferred maintenance. Known issues include roof failure, water intrusion, HVAC, electrical, ADA, and life safety concern. Rehabilitation costs may be significant, will be significant. We estimate it to be somewhere between $3 and $6 million for any type of rehabilitation.
Is there a demolition cost on here?
No, we don't have a demolition cost yet for that.
Okay, can we get?
But that's something we can get.
Okay.
We can put together for you.
Yeah, that property it's just chilling. It's been chilling for a long time. We need to do something with it. It's either prime real estate for a private developer, or the city needs to begin to rehab this place expeditiously. Like, something has to happen. It's really good location. Something needs to be there. So I'm going to ask you particularly about this one next council meeting, a demolition cost. Because we need to compare the demolition cost to the cost to rehab to figure out what's in the best interest of the city of Memphis. What I do know is not in the best interest of the city of Memphis for the property just to sit there the way it's sitting there. Because when I go there, it seems to be a hub for the unhoused and some other activity that probably shouldn't take place at a city-owned facility. All right, we can go to the next one, unless anybody else has. Dr. Warren, any other questions?
I just have some on some other properties when it's appropriate.
Okay, so the next one.
Okay, the next one is 3712 Argonne. That is the former Fraser Public Library. This property has strong community interest. It could support uses such as a resource center, youth technology space, workforce development, or nonprofit operations. However, the building condition is still being reviewed. We have some possible recommendations, but of course, before we give any property away, we have to come through council. So former fire station 43. Next slide, please. Well, so we had some community. There's the Fraser Community Development Organization was interested in the property. There was also a technology center that was interested in the property. So we're trying to weigh out the best uses for this, and in that, what we do is evaluate the organizations to make sure there will be a good fit. We want somebody who's financially strong, able to accommodate and do the improvements needed to the property. And then from there, we bring it to you to decide on which would be the best option.
Thank you. I apologize. And I apologize. Am I recognized?
No, you good.
Thank you. What's the timeline on deciding which entity you all are going to go with for that particular property?
Well, right now we're waiting to get some information back from the nonprofit organizations, and once they submit that, we can then dive deep into evaluating which organization we think would be best. But the ultimate decision will be the administration and yourselves.
So is there a timeline, or it's just kind of cheap?
Yes, ma'am. So, council members, the process is that if there is an interested party, they can apply if it is a nonprofit. Otherwise, the others will actually tender an offer, a financial offer to purchase. Not knowing specifically where we are in this process, what I understood you to say is you're still waiting for information from the nonprofit.
Correct.
All right. Is there a time in which they're given to return that information?
Well, we typically, if there's no response in a time, say 3 to 4 weeks, then we move on.
So when do we put out, I guess, a request?
So what we'll do is we'll
Put out
update you as to what information we receive, communicate back with the nonprofit itself so that we can close that and move forward. If there's more than one. And so I'll remind you all, bring you back to the fire station on Thomas, where the Young Actors Guild actually acquired from us through donation. It took us maybe close to 6 months to go through receiving the information, verifying the information, and then of course closing with regard to that. So it's not a protracted process, but it's not, the fastest, and we are working to make sure that we kind of close that gap with that. We'll bring back specifics to you, Councilwoman White, so you'll have more details, and then we can move forward. So,
I'm sorry. I don't necessarily need more details, and thank you, Councilman Smiley, for bringing this to our attention. I don't necessarily need more details. I just think internally that it would be a good process to have set timelines as to when this information should be back to you, and maybe that can help set the tone as to who will be the appropriate entity to receive the property. So, but I don't need to be in the weeds of it. It's just we just need to have better internal processes.
So this is what I'm gonna do. So the next council meeting, because I feel like I'm gonna have to keep asking questions to ultimately to get to where I think we need to be. Demo cost for 247. As relates to the property we're discussing now, Argonne. Can we just, I guess, talk about, the process to determine how long we keep it out? And how long do we wait for a response before we decide if we're going to go an alternative route? And then I guess we can update, the overall assessment of the property, because it says unknown as it relates to the building systems too. There's Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then I think it's Dr. Warren, and then I think Councilwoman Logan. Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, my question is, when we vet these organizations and they're interested in these buildings, and they want to purchase them, but some kind of way they always come back that we have to fund them, keep funding these organizations. So how do we, I guess I'm trying to say, I know they're trying to understand the process and the term on how long it takes to process it. But if it's an organization that is interested in just funding it all, is that a quicker process if it's like that?
It could possibly be.
When they don't need any of the city's money, they don't want anything from us.
That's a strong financial background, and we evaluate that. Those are some of the questions that are asked in our nonprofit questionnaire. And once those questions are answered, if they have a strong financial backing and what they're trying to do is a strong impact on the community, then yes, then we move forward with the process. That process being to get approval from the administration as well as council. So we would then draft a council resolution, and from that point we will go to closing, whether it be by quick claim deed or if there's money being changed hands, then we would go to our closing attorney to close the property.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carlton. I yield.
All right, thank you. Dr. Warren, then Council, I don't know if Councilwoman Logan's still in the queue.
I take it we can move forward on these other properties, Mr. Chair. We have questions.
Yeah, keep going to the other properties. Yeah, we can move forward if you got a particular property.
I got a couple questions. One is on this property on 2nd Street.
Jesus Christ.
1079 North 2nd Street. We own that property. I thought that was a business. Or is it the property we own next to that business?
No, there was a lease in place
So that business was on leased property.
Yes.
And that business is now closed down?
They have decided not to renew the lease, and now it's open.
Okay, so all of that property and all of that building that's on there, since they're not renewing the lease, do they take it off or do we have to keep it?
No, sir. We generally, we would, depending on how the lease was, and in this case, the lease said that any improvements would remain with the city.
Okay, so this improvement, what type of factory is that? Do you know?
It's a grain elevator, a grain
It's a grain
site.
elevator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we have any idea what that's worth as far as parts are concerned? Because it's sitting there, or do we think we're going to try to lease this to someone else who's going to use it as a grain elevator?
Well, they only came out just last year. So we haven't had the true opportunity to evaluate the value of the assets on the property. But we do have an interested party who's willing to take that and demo that at no cost to the city. That's one of the options that we're evaluating right
Okay,
now.
because this particular spot is where you're seeing North Memphis grow.
Correct.
Right along the river there. So I imagine the people who are looking at this are looking at what they can do as far as housing and extra things along that line. Is that correct?
Well,
You kn-
in this, it would be a mixed use. This particular entity is looking at mixed use, and it's the neighboring Grind City Brewery.
The neighboring Grind City Brewery is looking at doing that
Correct.
for mixed use. So that means housing and businesses?
Well, mostly to expand on their existing business and include some, I don't know about housing. CRA would be looking at it for housing. So they are looking at partnering together to accommodate this, but we haven't
So
fully
we got
evaluated.
Grind City and we've got someone who's looking at housing in this particular area as well.
Correct.
Okay, good. I think that's a really good plan for that. Keep that going. Okay, and I guess my last question I had was on this 996 Early Maxwell. Okay, that's on the market for sale?
No. Maybe it should be. 996.
No, that council members, that's not on the market. I think
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what.
This was, yeah. All right, this was a response to the vacant property. So this happens to be a vacant property that's on a complex that will be available for redevelopment. The specific reuse of that parcel has not been determined just yet.
Okay,
All right, Doc,
Okay,
slow
so
down.
you don't have the recommendation. I see you do not have potential sale in here. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no sale. There's no recommendation for this property at this point.
Would it be a reasonable thought process to think about offering it for sale in addition to tearing it down and see if you got someone who would actually buy it?
I think right now, council member, all property out at on that fairground complex is open for redevelopment, and I know the mayor may have some redevelopment possibilities for the entire location. So as opposed to selling it aside, I think I'm almost certain that the mayor's going to come back with a
Well, we've got
full
redevelopment,
plan.
going on the rest of this place. And
Yes, sir.
as I looked last time I was out there, we got a whole bunch of flat ground that's been all ground up and ready for redevelopment. And I'm wondering, do we need more flat ground to redevelop, or do we need to sell this and redevelop what we have? So just food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's just get back to the presentation. I know they got 3 more properties to go through. We had a good time jumping around, but I think we're back at 1253 homes. I think where we are. All right, so yeah, 1253 homes. And then kind of go through the other properties a little bit faster, because I know a couple of council members want to talk about a couple of the properties.
So 1253 homes is former Fire Station 43. This particular facility was vacated due to the fire station.
How long has it been vacant?
Well, it's been vacant several years. I don't have the exact date, but I know it's been at least 5 years that it's been vacated since they built a new fire station adjacent to it.
So, council members, this is this was replaced by an adjacent fire station. For the last, I'd say, 3 to 4 years, that property has been utilized as storage. You do have an interested member of the council that has toured this location several times and is looking for reuse. Yes, Walker. And so she's talked to the mayor as well as talked to us as far as possible reuses of that location. Right now, we just recently moved all the storage items out of it. This is where we were storing a lot of the clerk's items because we were actually leasing those. And it was under the prior administration, it was the council's budget direction that we no longer lease for storage and we utilize city-owned property. So that's where we were. And of course, now with the reimagining of the District 3's council person, I think that will be back in reuse.
Gotcha. So, all right. So, I don't know whose job it is to come up with a plan, a timeline to start moving these properties from just sitting there to some type of a use that's beneficial for our community. But
Chairman, we have started on this particular building already with a architect that's putting together a conceptual drawing for this location. And we are trying to get that, once we get that completed, we'll have something better to take back to Councilwoman Walker.
okay, well, I mean, this seems multiple council members are concerned about this one. How long before, because I don't want to add this to the list of just give us an update, because I'm going to probably set, this update on vacant properties every other council meeting or so we can know there's progress being made. So I guess.
So one thing to always consider, council members, as we reuse our own property, there is a fiscal note that's going to come with it. So there will have to be
Chairman Martavis Jones.
There will have to be some level of capital investment in all the property. So just want to make that known for consideration as we move forward. So again, it's not kicking the can down the road, but it is acknowledging that we will have to put we'll have to put city dollars into these.
So
locations.
for this particular 1253 homes, this is something the city will reuse for
Potentially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, add that one to the list. All right, the next one.
Next slide.
I think this is the one Councilwoman Logan has a question about. You want to go ahead and ask the question? You want to listen to the quick update? Quick update, 2 minutes.
So 28 Summer Avenue. This was formerly a clinic site that was used by Alliance Healthcare. They decided to move into their new facility just last year, and we moved quickly to board it up and start to remarket the property. It's being viewed for possible city departmental occupancy, including workplace safety compliance. Also, we are reviewing the property for potential future clinic use from a nonprofit organization. I believe they went to look at it a couple of weeks ago, and they haven't gotten back with us on it, but we're expecting them to come back and let us know what that looks like for their organization. So for workplace safety, we did do a quick space planning, but there's some budgeting issues, challenges that need to be met before it can be used in that manner.
Mike, please.
So I was going to see if they are.
I have received a call back from them. We sent them over our nonprofit questionnaire, and we are waiting to receive that back. Waiting to receive that back as well. She did reach out to me this morning, as a matter of fact.
Good.
So,
okay, that was my question. And also, you had mentioned about providing more of a structured. Your standard operating procedures or some type of document that tells the timeline? Because everybody's asking, well, how long does that take? How long does that take? But in your operating procedures, it should say exactly how long something should take. So if there was an opportunity to review that, I know I used to do the same thing, talking about when code would put out a violation, then you got 45 days, then you get another violation, or 45 days. Like there was an exact timeline, and that would let me know how long the whole process takes. So I guess this is kind of what we're looking for. What is the actual process and procedure that tells you how long?
We can provide that for
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, can we get to the, I guess the 260, is it 2608 Avery? And then, jointly on, explain this. So we can own part of it with Shelby County?
Well, this particular, in 2608 Avery was a former National Guard armory, which when they vacated, they gave it to the city. Now, the land itself is Memphis and Shelby County owned land, but the facilities that are on most of this 19-acre property are, well, some of them are city-owned and some of them are county-owned facilities for this particular property. But for this particular facility, 2608 Avery, it was a holding facility that we use for the resale of old city surplus property. We have since moved all of that surplus inventory out because it was past its useful life. So now we have identified that Parks needs it for future storage and use, and we have done an MOU with Parks, and we're transitioning Parks over. They paid to have the property.
There's a plan for this one.
There is a plan for it.
I see you got an amen choir behind you. They're like, yeah, that's ours. Got it. We appreciate you taking ownership.
And council members, keep in mind, that's an unconditioned place. So what they're going to be using that for is equipment. And so a lot of their new equipment is going to go in there. It's not conditioned. Originally, it was, we were using it for storage. But again, a lot of the furniture and fixtures that we were using there took damage. And so, and then of course, it just never moved. So needless to say, this is the highest and best use of that property. Adjacent to that is where you have engineering surveying team and some of the engineering functions. So right now, that entire complex itself is occupied by city operations.
Gotcha. All right. One quick question on 996 Early Maxwell. I think what I heard from the administration is, can the council expect some type of plan for this particular project soon, or we're just going to be in a holding pattern for a little bit longer? Because I think we've been in a holding pattern since when I get elected, 2019, 2020, talked about something.
You will receive a comprehensive report with regard to all the properties out there on the Liberty Park or Fairground campus.
Sometimes I like lawyers. All right. He gave at a reasonable amount of time. All right. Thank you so much for indulging us. So not next council meeting, the following council meeting, same thing, kind of run us down of what we're doing, where we are in the process, and hopefully have some type of formal, in the words of Councilwoman White, process, timeline, start date, end date, so people can generally know where we are in the process. So not this council meeting, but not the following council meeting, but the next. The first meeting in August? First meeting in August. All right. With that, hold up. Chairwoman has a question for Director Davis.
If Director Davis, Morgan, and Director Neal could come up.
Chairwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Morgan, Scott Morgan.
Director Morgan? He said, not I.
Thank you so much. I would like for the three of you to come back in 2 weeks with some resolve as well as next steps for our state streets, particularly Lamar, starting from American Way to Riverside, the areas under the viaducts, the underpass, the right-of-ways, the curbs, intersections, and other areas. We would like to know who's inspecting, how often they're inspecting, someone to contact TDOT with a report back of what they're saying and some resolve. Coordinate those areas between the Public Works, Solid Waste, Community Enhancement, and TDOT. I want to invite all three of you to drive down that route of Lamar. I wanted to take pictures, but you just need to see it for yourself. But these are the areas that our community members are constantly emailing. They're putting it on Facebook. They're stopping us in public. And we have got to have some resolve. It does not look good. It looks terrible.
Make sure the grass is cut.
The grass is giraffe high. It's got to be addressed. And sometimes, like, that's the state, that's our part, that's the curb, that's the city, whatever. It needs to get done. Lamar, I know, looks horrible. But all of our state streets, just to see which areas are TDOT, which areas are the city, what needs to be cleaned up, whether it's trash, grass cutting, whatever, so that we can be representative. And this is our tourism area. So a lot of people are coming in and out of town, and community members are wearing us out. So we need your support to personally address it. Okay? So our next council meeting is when? On the 21st. We're going to put you all on the agenda. And we want to see some beautiful pictures that has been addressed. Okay? Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, and I'll be
then I'm
brevity.
gonna hit this gavel.
Also, add to that the inlets. Those inlets are horrible. I want to write up on every street where you all are cleaning these inlets at. I want those streets swept, and I need to know what type of ordinance or what do we have in place when these lawn services are cutting their yards and they're blowing all that grass into the street, into these inlets. And then these streets get flooded. And I got pictures just been sent to me as we're talking about it, as you're saying what you're saying. And that's how I'm able to hop on to that. Oh, those inlets, they got to be maintained. Do we not have enough bodies? Do we not have enough equipment? We need to know that.
Inlets, by inlets you mean drains?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the proper pronunciation. I think you all corrected me on that because I said clean them things up, them sewer things.
Sure, I know what that means.
Yeah, so that's the correct pronunciation, the inlets. I want to know, I want it from South Memphis, over there at 38109. They are suffering over there right now. I just did a whole tour over there, and I literally could have just cried. Kansas, Pennsylvania, Kerr. I don't even understand how we allow people to even live like this in this city. It's a total embarrassment. And when I walked that street a couple days ago, they could not believe that someone was even over there. Somebody call it the forgotten city or the forgotten place. It is totally embarrassing that they have to live like that in this city. The poor people didn't even have a matter shelter. As hot as it was, I couldn't even, it was unbelievable to me. So we did get a matter shelter, Councilman Ford, and they told me to tell both of us thank you in Super District 8, that somebody is finally paying attention to them. That area has to be cleaned up. Those poor people should not have to live like that. So you know what I'm talking about? I sent you some pictures.
She said go to 3109 and clean it up, basically.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
In addition to that, I do know that, and we all know the constraint on our budget and staffing and all of that. We definitely want those areas done. But how can we galvanize all of the nonprofits like Boy Scouts?
Who you directing this to?
Boy Scouts, leadership, administration, sororities, fraternities, churches, Boy Scouts. What are we doing to, I know when I was in the nonprofit sector, we did a lot of cleanups. We did a lot of help communities with the drains in their areas, neighborhood watch, neighborhood association, HOAs, those types of things are because, I know our resources and funding is limited, but we still have to get it done. So what are we doing to connect in that regard?
Good morning. We have filled our complement with Memphis City Beautiful. As you recall, we had 1.5 employees in that organization. So we've added 2 program coordinators as well as a temporary employee to assist with just that. So making sure that we're tapping into just any volunteer efforts, expanding our cleanup efforts across the board. That is a focus. Those employees have been on board a couple of weeks now. So that is a priority for community enhancement as a whole, to just make sure that we are partnering because, again, as you mentioned, our resources are very, very limited. So getting assistance from those that can be engaged and do want to volunteer, that's the only way that we're going to strengthen our reach.
With that, we do the cleanups. We had all of the safe task force. We did one in court. It was like 40, people out there to help. And then you can begin to identify those neighborhood leaders that can remain in those areas as advocacy groups, and they can adopt the areas and, just have ongoing support to those neighbors and help strengthen their sustainability and their resolve as well. Because when you just do it one time and then that's it, but begin to build a relationship and appoint them and, utilize them as well and let them know that Memphis City Beautiful is a resource, that this can be ongoing, not just one and done, but we are going to have to involve everybody. And just saying we don't have the resources, but we have a whole slew of nonprofits in Memphis that we give money to that we need to engage as well. It's all of our city. And we didn't go up on taxes. We're not doing, so our budget is tight, so we got to really be creative and innovative and get the boots on the ground. Volunteer Odyssey, people are always looking for opportunities to volunteer, so let's galvanize as a city and let's do some campaigns regarding everybody getting in. Take the whole team to make the dream work. Thank you.
All right, Chairwoman. Chairwoman.
I just wanted to respond because a lot of times groups will come in and they will have projects and have things looking beautiful, but we're still going to have a plan because they may do it one time, but that needs to be done on a regular basis. So we're still going to have a plan. We're going to have a new plan because our plan isn't working. So we need to throw that one in the trash and just revise and do a real plan immediately.
All right, y'all.
All right, and this just came to me. The administration, this is to the administration. The National Guards, that was one of the plans that you all said that they were going to start cleaning up our community and helping with that. So that would be a good start.
They told us no.
They told us no.
Not going to happen. All right, they just told us no.
Who told us no? They did say that. That was the original plan. Who told us no?
So the National Guards did not deploy those resources to us. Now, there have been individuals that have been able to work with us in our communities, and they have cleaned in some areas. So, but from a comprehensive perspective, that was not their mission as far as their directives.
So that's what not, that's, and I'm gonna end on that. But we were not told that. So who said it? We were not told that. That was my initial thing.
So I'm gonna say this, but we do need to adjourn this committee. We
Okay.
can ask the National Guard or whoever's responsible to do certain things, but doesn't mean they're gonna acquiesce or do it. I know we made initial acts, but that's about it. If you have any other questions for the administration, I know I have a couple of questions. I'm gonna ask them offline. They're willing to help work with us. With that, it's 12 o'clock and this committee is adjourned.
And Security. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White. Councilman Dr. Warren. Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today, a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $591,000 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs. Sponsored by the administration, all council districts. There is a request for same night minutes moved by Ford, seconded by Chair JSW. Who's here from MPD to speak on it? if you'd just give us your name, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this is simply a grant from the Office of Criminal Justice of Tennessee. It's for 591. It is to help with the program of ICAC, that's Internet Crimes Against Children. Lieutenant Buns is the project manager, and he can speak to the details of what the grant provides.
The ICAC Task Force is we're part of a state ICAC team. We operate in the West Tennessee area. Our unit, we investigate child sexual abuse material, online enticement, sextortion, and other technology facilitated crimes against children. The grant funds investigators overtime, digital forensic software and equipment, specialized training, undercover operations, and also victim notification services.
All right, colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Logan.
And it's just from my knowledge. Thank you for bringing this to us. Have you noticed an increase, or do we have a prevalence of that in Memphis? I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't bring the annual reports, but we do have annual reports that we carry. We receive cyber tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So there were pre-COVID numbers, prior COVID numbers. Right now, we're receiving roughly about 1,500 cyber tips per year from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that we're investigating.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? It's a one-time, or do we get regular contributions from them, from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice?
It's a competitive grant, but we have gotten it for several years. I would say about 10 years.
Once a year?
No, it's for 3 years.
No, but it's just one payment a year?
No, you get the 3-year disbursement, and then you have to reapply each time.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you for your time. Oh, we had a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. This is moved downstairs, same night minutes. I'm also an aye. Committee. Ms. Dearborn, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford Sr. Oh, okay. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. I'm going to go out of order, and hopefully some other members will make it to the committee room. We're going to start with item 2, a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for FY27, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There is a request for same-night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Spinoza. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, council members, you all were, some of you that were present this morning heard from the Hospitality Hub regarding the state of affairs as it relates to shelters and the domestic violence uptick, and then just the need for more beds and more accommodations for the unsheltered, the homeless, unhoused population in our community. And they have an immediate need because of the closures of other locations, the uptick in the need, and just, you know, all of the above. The summertime, there's generally an increased lack of space and accommodations. So they're having to use innovative ways to make certain that we take care of those in need. With that being said, they have a they have a need. He gave us the amount this morning. And my request or suggestion is that all of us pitch in and work together in meeting this need, and a little bit can go a long way. We can take care of it really quickly. If we have an appetite to reduce the $200 per council member grant to $199 per council member, and that would give us $13,000 to meet that need, and it would be budget neutral, and it would make those monies available now to assist those families that were discussed this morning. And so that being said, I move this resolution.
Second.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, that sounds like a good idea to me. Colleagues, any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor of sending this downstairs with the favorable recommendation with same night minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes, and please let the record, let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
thank you,
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas have joined us. Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Sorry, Chair. I was 10 seconds after you get finished. During one, I wholeheartedly support all this. You know, I support the hub and what we can do. During budget, it was pointed out, and trying to find the exact, I think it's in the mayoral section. But so we have 200 per council member, and that comes up for a total of, and I should have outlined it when Councilman Spinoza had mentioned it the other week, but in the line item for council grants, we have 2.73, 75. So if we have more than 2.6, then it can come from that and still be budget neutral without, I mean, $1,000 isn't anything, but without it coming from each person's number, and we can possibly give them more. Now, I wanted to find it, but of course y'all were moving at an expeditious, efficiently speed.
No, that's a good question. Valda, isn't there extra money that's for our, what do we call it?
We did MLGW last fiscal year. It wasn't reoccurring. But we did that out of our 200.
To Ms. Valda, so she should be able to respond to that.
While I'm trying to find it.
Valda Lewis, Memphis City Council, Office and Grant Administrator. I'm not aware of what the mayor had in his budget plan for the additional 2.7. We do have someone from finance here that may be able to answer to that. But if we do just as we did last year, with taking it off the top, then we'll be able to
Well, that's what I'm
assist
trying
this
to avoid.
organization. Okay.
Because last year I think it was 10 to 15 from each. But, and it's not in the mayor's, it's in our line for council.
Said it's
budget.
in ours. Is that
It's
correct,
not in the
Councilwoman?
mayor's grants, it's in the city council grant line.
You said 2.75.
Somebody want to help me out while I'm looking in this book. However, I think because it might be somewhere, it might be somebody else that needs to come and we have to fill in the gap, but we do have that
cushion.
That was in there.
So, Ms. Valda, is it 2.75 or is it the?
That is something that our administration will have to answer. Ashley,
Chief Adams, can you speak to that, or Chief Davis? You've been on the job a whopping. We figure you should know everything by now. You've probably read the budget book backwards and forwards.
Dr. Issa Thomas was saying it's in the council grant, not the administration. Pardon me?
So if Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, so if that amount does exist, and we'll confirm, that would have been an amount that was requested or submitted in the mayor's budget. And so you would have that amount in that budget. I do understand, and I'm following the logic of Dr. Easter Thomas, which is that you have an additional amount that could go towards that. I just want to confirm that it is truly there, and then you could then allocate for such. And
So what I'll do is just amend the resolution to indicate that it should come from either location. It should come from that location if it's available, and if not, it'll come from ours. Is that, Chair? Is that what we can just amend it to read that it can come from if there's an overage listed in the administration. That's fine.
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. We've moved it downstairs with a favorable recommendation. Between now and 4 o'clock, we'll find out for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we can amend it if necessary.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
As we move forward, if we decide, we can just use this as the current funding line, we can always replace this amount if we find other places it can go to. Is that correct?
We can, but we'll have an answer by 4 o'clock. All right.
Thank you,
So
Chair.
that item will be sent downstairs with a favorable recommendation, possibly changing the funding source. All right, back to, we're going to go to, since the chair's not here, we're going to go to item 3, discussion on the City of Memphis tangible personal property taxes. All council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. It was held from 6:23. No motion needed because it's just a discussion item. Chief.
Art Davis, interim CFO, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Although this is the second time to sit before you today as the interim, it's not the first time to sit before you as a nonprofit leader as well as the deputy chief of the Treasury. So thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss this. Obviously, personal property tax is a large part of the revenue base for the city, and it plays a very crucial role in meeting the budgets that have been approved. So I just want to start by saying that the city's obligation for the personal property taxes began with when we get the tax roll. And so at that point, we calculate what the taxes are, we issue the tax bills, collect the revenue, and account for those collections. And that's kind of what the process is. But in 2024, the tax levy against personal property tax was $41.8 million. In 2025, it increased to 54.1 million. And in 2026, there are approximately 32,300 business personal property accounts, and the tax levy on that is about $67.4 million. So from 25 to 26,
I don't want to cut you off.
Sure.
Will you say those numbers again?
Okay, for 2024 was 41.8 million. 25 was 54.1 million. 26 was 67.4. Sure. So the increase from 25 to 26 is about $13 million for about a 24.6% increase. So what this shows to me is that we see a continued improvement in the investment in Memphis, a new taxable property, and the work that's done by the assessor's office in their review and assessment of the property. Now, those numbers are adjusted a little bit throughout the year for things like new assessments, change in assessments through appeals to the local and state boards, as well as corrections that need to be made. Those adjustments are part of the normal business. It can range from all different numbers. In 2024, there was a reduction of about $741,000, but in 2023, there was a net increase of approximately $831,000. So again, through the assessment and appeal process, that number can fluctuate as a normal course of this process. So as of July 1st, we had collected $50.46 million in 2025 taxes. That's approximately 94%. Just as a comparison to the previous year, it was 93%. But in my opinion, that's not good enough. And I'll talk about how we're going to change that and how we're going to hope to increase that above the 94% in just a few minutes. Well, let me just jump to that right now. So the very first thing we do is I'm going to identify the high-risk accounts, whether that's history of delinquencies, still having not paid, slow pay. I'm going to identify what those are and focus collection opportunities earlier in the collection process. One of the things that we know that helps increase payments is to send out property tax notices more often. Previous to my coming as the Deputy Chief of the Treasury, we were sending them out about twice a year. I have budgeted this year for tax notices to be sent out quarterly. Again, we see an uptick in that. We also know that when there are court cases for delinquent taxes that are filed, we always see an uptick in collection at that point as well. What I'm going to try to do is time the distribution of those notices prior to it ever going to the Chancery Court to save the taxpayer the fees that they have to incur once it goes to court. I also will be working with the legal division here at the city to streamline the delinquent collection process and to eliminate unnecessary delays while remaining compliant with the collection laws that are set by the state. And then what we always do within the finance division, and especially in this particular situation, we will continue to evaluate our collection practices and to improve efficiency and increase collections. My expectation is really simple. Taxpayers need to pay what they owe, nothing more and nothing less. But by improving compliance and strengthening our collection process, I know we can begin to see an increase in that collection while ensuring taxpayers are treated fairly and equitably and consistently. So at this time, I'll entertain any questions that anyone may have.
Chief, how successful have we been historically in collecting the delinquent taxes?
So it hasn't changed much from year to year. So when you go back and look at the delinquencies from previous years, it stays at the 94, 93%, which is usually how you end up the year. So currently, most of the focus is put on the current tax year. As you go into practices like tax sales, you begin to see a collection in that. So there are two types of tax sales. One is a city-county tax sale and one is a city tax sale. When those tax sales are activated, we begin to see more because people don't want to lose their homes.
Yeah, could you explain to the council and whoever's listening what triggers the tax sale? At what point it gets triggered?
Okay, it's based on a timeline of what it is. It's about a 3-year timeline in between when the taxes become due and the time it gets to tax sale.
Good. Colleagues, questions? Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
So one of the things I was mentioning at our last meeting was, as far as our taxes are concerned, we've not kept up with inflation since 2020. And we've had, a 94, 97% increase in cost of living. And the tax rate if we'd kept the tax rate the same, it would be over $12 now, and I think it's $5.30. As we're sitting here trying to make decisions about what we'd like to see, we talk about we want our fleets replaced on a regular basis. We want our roads paved. We want all these services for our youth that we can have. We want to make sure that we fund programs that keep people from killing each other, and we don't have enough money. And, I guess my issue is, how do we go forward and start to build that back up to where we actually have enough money to do what we were doing as a city 25 years ago? I know you're not going to answer that question right now, but I think it's something that we as a community, council and administration, need to be looking at and coming up with a 10-year plan, a 15-year plan, to where we're adequately investing in what we need to invest in the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Interim, for bringing this information. I've been had it on the books for a while, because this is revenue that can help our city. And as Dr. Warren just said, these different programs. So how much do we have right now?
In delinquencies?
Yes.
For 2025, it is, for personal property tax, there is about $3 million.
All right. And what is the delinquent for the other?
For real property, it is about $25 million.
25 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a contract we have with the county for them to collect for us?
There is a contract with the county, yes.
Okay. You may not can answer. When was the last time it was reviewed?
That contract is held in legal, so I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so that. Do you think we can house this under our own roof?
Again, not understanding exactly all the tasks, I think it is something that would be prudent to look at, just like any other expense. We need to look at every expense that we can and see if there's a more efficient way of doing that. That wouldn't be excluded just to this contract. I think it would apply to all contracts that are and services held with the city.
So are you knowledgeable? And I know you just got in this seat, and we expect you to know everything. Are you knowledgeable, or do you have any awareness of the reporting process? Do we get that, or does that stay on the Shelby County side?
For collection?
Yes.
So what I am aware of is that there is a payment center that is at the county where they can accept payments on behalf of the city for their taxes for that. So I can get the amount and have the amount of money that they actually collect. What is really difficult to project about the success of any collection, whether it's with the county or with anyone within the city, is what is it that motivates the debtor to make their payment? For instance, is it because the Treasury sent me a tax bill? Is it because an attorney sent me a letter that I'm about to go to Chancery Court? Is it because I just woke up and thought, oh, I've got extra money, I'm going to pay my tax? Or is it because I got a call from a collector from the county? There's no way to track why someone pays. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's very difficult to manage where any of the success of efforts for collection come from. What's mostly important is, are we collecting it, and how do we go about collecting it? And as I said earlier, we can do better. We will do better. I mean, we will get above the 94% unless there's just something that I don't know about. I can give you an instance that we did with occupancy tax once I came here. We became very diligent in collecting those taxes, and we're very successful in it. And so we will do the same thing here. I just need more than 4 days.
Okay. And that's what I wanted to hear. And we're going to put a better provision in place and some guidelines and some processes, because that's a lot of money that I think and I know before I even got on the council that I was looking at and reviewing, and we've lost a lot of money that we have not collected on. And so this is revenue. We talk about revenue. We talk about revenue and study, and instead of just beating the people up and raising their taxes, we got all type of revenue that we haven't tapped into. For whatever reason, we need to get this money because it belongs to the city. And this is something that we probably could, what Dr. Warren's just said, these are programs we have for our youth, just different things we can invest in. Housing, we're looking for money. We shouldn't have to look for it. These are things that we should be able to do and that we have failed tremendously on keeping a track of. So I'm grateful that you're here, and I'm looking forward to hearing our advancement and movement on it. And I'll get with legal because I just want to just know what the contract says and how long this has been in place and who put it in place and why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief Davis, could you also get at some point the breakdown of delinquent payers between residential and commercial? And is there a list that, or are there problematic taxpayers that are habitually late or that run it up till the deadline and then pay something to avoid a tax sale?
There are taxpayers that would fall in that category, yes. Whether there's I don't know what that number would be, but yes, there are certainly people who have, 23, 24, 25, 26 taxes due. And sometimes we try to work out with the county's help a payment plan with them to do that. But yes, there are several taxpayers that are more than 1 year past due.
Okay. That have done it multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman?
And Art, since you're there, it just dawned on me. We need a better process in place. When I'm talking to constituents, and I'm sure elderly constituents and just constituents period across this city, when they're paying their taxes, they think they have to go across the street. There are city taxes and there are county taxes. And they're being told to pay their county taxes instead of paying their city taxes. We need to educate and let them understand that we have something on the third floor. We have a place on the third floor. Do we have any other kiosks or anywhere else where people can pay their property taxes?
We do not. They will all be at City Hall.
They will all just be here.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's what's making it inconvenient as well, where when they go get ready to pay their county taxes, they're being told that they don't have to pay their city taxes. So we need to come up with a process and a plan that's better. First of all, we know that our people have a transportation issue that we are greatly fixing on and looking into make it better. But we need more spaces and more opportunities to present that the people can go pay their property, their city taxes as well. MLG&W do what?
It's where they pay the electric bill and you figure out how they can pay their taxes.
Chief,
that would be great.
Chief Adams, we've looked at that in the past, right? About other city facilities being able to accept.
That is correct. We did, and then we've looked at other agencies to kind of assist us. I know as we had some issues in the Treasury office, and we had
we don't want no other agencies. We don't want no Kroger's. I don't want none of that. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I want no mom and pop shops.
No, I agree about bringing in third parties because that just brings in a whole possible list of issues. But like 27, for instance, like 2714 Union Extended,
yes, sir.
Where we already have space.
And then, of course, we've housed previously some employees at some of the credit unions to actually receive on our behalf as well. So we'll continue to look and then streamline that process to make sure that we make it accessible. Because in some instances, we have gone out years past in the libraries and accepted that as well. So we'll make accommodations.
I know that we have several city-owned or leased facilities that parking is much easier in getting in and out as opposed to coming downtown.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Councilman Warren?
Yeah, MLG&W, they still have offices around for people to pay. And they accept a lot of our tax money when they accept the payment.
Yes.
I mean, have we discussed with them the possibility that they could also be vehicles for accepting our regular taxes?
We'll discuss and take that under consideration. You are correct, Councilman, that we did have staff at some of the service centers that LG&W had, as well as they were allowed. So I think if we give,
so we had our own staff there. MLG&W wasn't doing it for us.
We did years ago, and then of course LG&W also took those payments where we did not have staff. I think again, allow Interim Chief Davis the opportunity to then.
So by next week he'll have that fixed. I just want we got a timeline.
No,
right? Okay, got it.
As we roll into this tax season.
Yeah, thank you. I think that these are all good suggestions, and we should wait for you to tell us how you fix it.
Let me add one thing in here. I do understand the challenges that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is addressing here. And so one of the immediate things that I did for this tax season is opened up the office on the third floor earlier than normal. So it'll be opened up from 7:30 until 5 instead of 8:30 to 4:30, so that people can come down that are probably working. They need to come before work, maybe on lunch or maybe after work. So we're extending those hours. If we find that we need to extend it more, we'll see what we can accommodate. Obviously, having City Hall opened outside those hours have some security costs and things like that. But we are trying to accommodate the taxpayer immediately through this tax season.
And I also experienced at Regions Bank, I walked in there one day and it was all these elderly people sitting on the side, but there was a Shelby County assessor collecting. They were there to pay their taxes. And it made it so much easier for them. And I don't know if we could do that on Memphis, on the city side.
Well, I'm sorry, I should have said this. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
You can pay your bill at a First Horizon.
Yeah, no. They had a real person.
Oh, okay.
Sitting, collecting, doing their taxes for them.
Yeah, again, I think these are all great things that we.
I think we need to just kind of look at them as Chief just said. You're just getting there, and we'll just expect something by next week. Okay.
You know me.
I know. Thank you.
It'll be as quick as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you very much for that discussion. We're going to move back to item 1, a resolution to establish the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for FY27, all council districts, sponsored by Chair Swearingen Washington. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a move by Ford, seconded by Warren? Ms. Valda? If you want to give a brief overview, and then council members can ask any questions. You should have the resolution in front of you, colleagues.
Valda Ray Lewis, Memphis City Council, Office and Grant Administrator. We did find, and Jasmine can speak on that as well, that it is 2.6 that will be used for 27. And basically this year we're doing some of the same things we did last year, with the exception of we're adding an in-person grant workshop, which will be held at the local Midtown Library. So all that information will be made available on our website. So that way those individuals that need more hands-on, they'll be able to attend the workshop in person.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you in advance and prior, Ms. Valda, for all the work that you do on it. And than sending that work to the great people in the grants office, with the city finance department. My hope is that this year's grant program, as I feel like I say this every year, and I hope that this year's grant program proves to be as seamless as need be to stay as legitimate as it should. With that being said, can I, Chair, bring some items up for discussion within this about the grant process?
Absolutely.
Okay. So on the second page where it talks about grant workshop, Ms. Valda, I think it is important. Like you said, you're doing a virtual one and an in-person one. I think those are great. That is great to have both of those options because some of our folks do need some face-to-face, one-on-one, help and assistance. What I got and I know other people did as well, what I got a lot of questions about and issues about were the certificate of completion. Is there I know it is. Is there another way that you all could implement for that certificate portion? Because the issue that folks were having was somebody didn't send them a certificate, but they were on there. They took a screenshot while they were on the Teams meeting and they didn't get a certificate. And then somebody said that they didn't receive said certificate back in the email when they sent it in. So not gonna, go into details or logistics, but I think but since it's in the resolution that we're voting on, I guess we do need to put something in there that's detailed. But when it says at the conclusion of the workshop, applicants will receive a certificate. Your certificate must be uploaded with application materials. What is the recourse for that if humans involved on either side are not being able to either receive that certificate or say that it got uploaded? Like, what's the recourse for that certificate piece?
So basically,
that we can change in here if it seems fit to the folks who are doing this.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, when we go through the workshop, our staff is basically monitoring the screen for any individuals that may come in at the beginning, the middle, or the end. The workshop is recorded along with keeping a tally of those that are in attendance, because what they do is they put their name, the name of their organization, and an email address in the chat box. And so we keep tallies of that. So when an individual calls and say, I participated in the workshop, I do go back and verify that that information was entered in as requested, and also looked at the time stamp that they were participating in the workshop. Because we do have some that will log on at the beginning, stay on 2 minutes and jump off. Yeah. So we try to make sure that they do grasp the full benefits of the workshop. We keep tabs of that through their sign-in log through the chat box. One thing that we can look at implementing, though, is where they have to register for the workshop. Yeah. And when by registering, we'll sign them in and sign them out after they're on the registration. So that is something that we can implement with the program.
Okay. Also, another question on the grant award requirements. Where it says, and this is the the third page, grant awards requirement, third paragraph, second sentence. It says in bold, 10 organizations have 10 business days to provide the requested paperwork.
Yes, ma'am. So,
and I'm only speaking on what organizations have come to me about with issues. Some organizations do not receive confirmation once they submit paperwork. Okay. And then that leaves them in limbo for, did they receive it in the 10 days? Did they not receive it in the 10 days? If they come back at the end, because I think it was only one person was coming up to us last year giving us input on it. The gentleman, I forgot his name. But is there something that they can receive to let them know that they did this portion in the time that was requested?
Okay. So with the DocuSign, and I'll let Ms. Couch also speak to Grants County. With the DocuSign, they will receive a confirmation back from DocuSign that their application was submitted.
That's this award notification?
That's the whole process. They'll receive that, and then once That piece is done, and Grants Accounting sends something out to them saying, hey, we have your information. We're ready now to start your contract phase. They have 10 business days to respond to that. In the application, they're to provide 2 email addresses, one for the organization and one for the representative. So we have 2 points of contact other than the phone number to reach out to them. And so we give the courtesy of the 10 business days. After the 10 business days, then Grants Accounting has also agreed to give 1 courtesy email saying, hey, I have not received yet. So that is where we want to speak on the Ms. Couch.
And I know it's a lot of applicants, so I know I know y'all are overwhelmed on that point.
At the Couch, Finance Compliance Manager. And nothing really much to add because you did explain that very well. But as she stated, that they do have 10 business days to provide information to us if they're missing documentation. And then we reach out to them with an email. And we're making sure that we do email. Sometimes we also do phone calls, but we make sure that we're doing emails as well so that we do have documentation saying that we have contacted them after that 10-day period.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, Chair, I'm sorry. Grant disbursement. So we're saying now that they only need 1 report and it's due in May. No more interim, middle, just 1 report.
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 report. Okay. Last resolution we put in here for disbursements. We're not doing it this year.
We're doing that yes, you have the 75-25. So the 18th of August.
I mean the dates of the disbursements. We're not including it.
No.
In there. Okay. I'm sure that's for obvious reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so who will organizations be able to contact if they're having issues? Would that be council or would that go to the grants office? Because there was a lot of discrepancies on it too. It's like, well, no, once it's past this point, it goes to.
So they're both of our email addresses and phone numbers are available to those grantees. If it's something that the council office is not able to handle and it's something that Grants Accounting, then we will direct them to Grants Accounting, which is the grants.reporting at memphistn.gov.
Okay. And last question, how are we putting out who's eligible or who's not eligible to apply for this year's grants?
The same way through the Memphis City Council website.
Okay, so on their website, they'll have a link for the application.
They have a link.
And then it'll be a link that says no apply list.
Right. So as of right now, based off of FY26, I think we have, 20 applicants that may not be eligible to apply for FY27. And those individuals will be notified via the website. And then also I'll be sending an email out to them as well.
For those 20 or so organizations, is there a way for remediation or they just can't apply anymore? And not to speak to any particular one because I don't know, but just asking, is there a way for them to remediate anything and then apply for FY27 grants, or they're just off the list for good?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, there are quite a few applicants, as in last year, there were 158 grantees, with 147 of those being unique grantees. And so to make sure that we are meeting our deadlines, we first of all, give them those 10 days, and then if we have any issues, then we, of course, send them the email back and give them time to resolve those issues. But we are trying to work through the process so we can make sure that we are able to give you all the information that you need so you'll be able to tell us who you can allocate to. If there is time between the time that we finish the reconciliation process and we have more time that we can go through more packets, and those grantees are sending in additional information, yes, of course, we'll make sure that we do that. But we're also trying to meet the deadline that you all have as well.
So people can fix once they've applied, but I'm speaking to the ones that are on your list already.
Now, yes, the ones that are on the list already, but after you all have reallocated, then no, we're not going back allowing them to fix for the current year.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it clearly. The ones you have on the list that cannot apply.
Right.
they can't fix anything to apply, or they can?
So basically, off the resolution that was presented last year, those that have not or did not provide the documentation needed by that deadline, they're not eligible for FY27. And so those are the 20 that Ms. Couch was speaking of. They're not eligible because they did not provide the documentation, the end of the year, the final report by the deadline.
And there's no remediation they can do from this day forward. They can never apply for a council grant again.
No, they can't apply for
Or they just can't apply for this
FY27.
year.
Right. So they can they can clear up everything.
Because you know
they
people
need
are going to be asking us and emailing us and calling, so I'm trying to
they
get
can
it clear
what they need to do
on the
for
days right now.
FY28, but for FY27 they're not eligible.
If they're on their list.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, any other questions? All right, all those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye.
Do we need same night minutes?
With same night minutes.
Aye.
All right, I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes. It will be on the agenda this evening. Anything else before budget? We're adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilman Ford. And Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, thank you, G. We've got 2 items on the agenda. Item number 1, update from the administration on strengthening the city's enforcement of the short-term rental ordinance, requested by yours truly and really the whole body. Brett, the floor is yours. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We are going to get this on this laptop so we can advance the screen, so it'll take just a couple of minutes, not that long. So, and then Mr. Skinner will provide the presentation.
All right, good afternoon. Lucas Skinner with Division of Planning and Development. Here to provide update on our short-term rental monitoring and enforcement. Most of this you have seen before, so I'll go through some of this pretty quickly and we'll get to more of the update towards the end. But again, we've transitioned this process, started back in the fall. So we're sort of through the procedural part and into the final step, which is monitoring the permits and renewals that we've been receiving. A friendly reminder, all of these permits and renewals are searchable on our Develop 901 website, so you can see all the permit activity. Another friendly reminder, so we've partnered with Decker Technology. They've provided us their service Rentalscape, so that's what we've been using to provide a lot of this information. So in terms of the actual update, we're around 1,260 live addresses across the city. About 621 of those, as of about a week or 2 ago, are required to register under the ordinance. So they are pertinent to that city ordinance. That puts us at about 49% of those overall addresses. Again, we've begun a 3-letter warning system. We just sent the first letter out June 19th, which you'll see in just a second. But just as a reminder, we'll have 3 letters that will go to properties who we've noticed have not registered or received a permit for their short-term rental. So again, we've sent out, the first letter went out the 19th. It was meant to go out the 1st, but went out just a little bit late. But they are out in the world. I've been receiving phone calls and emails, so I do know that those have been to mailboxes and everything. This is just the first page that people receive, just shows and explains essentially what the ordinance is, what they're required to do to apply, and then the licensing requirements. The rest of the pages of this letter are just step-by-step instructions to apply online. We've formulated just a sort of a small complaint procedure now that we're really getting into this and again, receiving these permits and renewals. So we've just put together a little bit of a complaint procedure, essentially receiving calls and emails. We check then whether the site is under the ordinance, therefore if they're required to register or not. Therefore, if they are under the pertinent ordinance, then we will file sort of an official enforcement record within our records. And then we will contact both parties. If the complaint was received from sort of an outside party, we'll direct them as well on what we've found and then inform the property as well what they need to do to proceed. Then we'll also just let them know of any other agencies that might be involved, any other ordinances that could be triggered, and then we'll follow up on the registration. So moving forward, we've met with Safeways on integrating their data into our process. A lot of it has just been sort of understanding their data methodology, how to integrate it into what we already have established. So I have some information, here on, again, just as a reminder on what their data is, but essentially the aggregation of 911 dispatch information that is provided around a radius of a location. So essentially helps provide a snapshot of any 911 calls. Those we found could ultimately be utilized to cross-reference with Deckard's Rentalscape booking calendar, to then we could see, whether whether a site was booked or not for a certain time and how many calls were maybe received in that time could be beneficial. So in terms of moving forward, we're just looking into refining the data from them into sort of a tiered classification system. And then again, how we can sort of physically integrate that into the Rentalscape platform that we have and our permitting software, Acela, that we use. So with that, myself and Mr. Ragsdale are available for any questions.
Thank you both. We've got Councilman Warren is in the queue.
So it looks like you said we have 49% of people that are registered.
Required
To register. Is there a reason that we can't require registration of someone that's out there? That doesn't seem like that would be against a grandfather clause to at least know where they are.
So we have information on all of the short-term rentals in the city. Then we do a second layer.
I mean, how many do you think we may be missing? I guess that's my question. You have it on all. I mean, how do we? You've gotten that from Airbnb, and you've cross-referenced all these different rental sites, and we have each one of those.
Yes, that's what the Rentalscape platform helps us to do. Right, it's just right. Some of those properties just aren't subject to the ordinance if they were before that July 1st.
When you say subject to the ordinance, does that mean we can't require them to register?
Correct, because they came before the ordinance was put into effect.
Okay, I'm just wondering on just general businesses. Okay, can we use a business law to require registration of someone who's running a business in their home using business law or our current business registration law as opposed to short-term rental? Because we had a business law before they had that business. Is there some way we can use that to be able to get the remainder of these people registered so we know where they are?
Well, Councilman Moore, I think that's a good question. We would have to look at state statute. I know that the ordinance specifically has in there the date of July 1st.
I know we have that because we were going to require a bunch of other things.
Correct.
But we still have businesses, and we have business law that if you're having a business, you register it. So if this is a business and you're running it out of your home, we ought to be able to get them to register whether they want to or not because it's a business. And then we can use that as a way to do something about it because they're a business that is not compliant. I don't know why we hadn't thought of it before. It just came to me right now. But look into that and see. I think that may be a way around it because, it's a business law, and that law was here before they opened their business. Whether we had one on short-term rentals or not, we can at least try to see if they've been registered. So we sort of know where they all are. We know the ones that haven't registered as businesses. Check with legal and see where we can go from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Any other council members wish to speak on this? All right, so I want to thank you all for the hard work that you put in to lead us to today. I just made some notes real quick, and I circled the word enforcement, and we've talked about it before. Y'all have done a ton of hard work. Thank you. Zena has left us. I know there was a lot of work there, so there's been transitioning and all this, the new software, working with Safeways. I would like for y'all to come back in 2 weeks. There are some certain things, and I want to mention this. Like this originally came up for all of us because there were shootings, and we've all been to heard from our neighbors and constituents if there's parties or whatever there is. So I want us to take a look at the existing ordinance between now and next Tuesday. I think the grandfather clause. I think there are some things that would essentially excuse someone from the privilege of being grandfathered in, if I'm not mistaken. As far as the law goes, correct?
There are certain things as far as like property transfer. If you have, I think, 3 offenses from a court of, I can't remember the terminology, but there are some things. There may be, some that are rather difficult. So that's one of the things that we do want to do is look at the ordinance as we've gotten into this and come back with some proposed updates to it. So that's a good topic that I think we can explore.
Thank you. Yeah. And it's all around. And y'all are doing all the hard work. And I know, again, y'all have been collaborating with Safeways because they do such a great job with apartment complexes. So I'm glad y'all are all communicating and talking through this. But I think in 2 weeks, I would love to see, and we've talked about this, but I would love to see a handful of addresses where we've had some unfortunate things happen. And there's a story there typically when something bad happens. And I think the data would show that, and I think our citizens want to see that, and I know our constituents want to see us hold bad actors accountable, and we're just trying to keep people safe in their neighborhoods. And I think some of that data, I know some of that data is out there, and it's going to go a long way for us. And so I would like for y'all to come back in 2 weeks, and we'll look at maybe some possible ordinance changes. I think what Dr. Warren brought up, and if any other council members have any other things they'd like to add to that presentation in 2 weeks, we could do that. Sound good?
Sounds good.
And this is great info. We didn't have all this when we started this conversation 6 months ago. So great great job. I love that dashboard. Maybe we could even dive into that too, but we'll save. I think it's important we talk about this publicly, but we'll have another presentation next, I guess in 2 weeks on the 21st? Yeah, 21st. Thank you, Gia. All right, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. Will you remind us, I know I've asked this question before, but on the possibility of taxing them at the commercial rate as opposed to residential if the property is solely for that use?
So if the property is solely for that, I don't know the answer to that, so I would have to look into that. But I remember the question coming up. But
did the state prohibit that? I mean, if I own a property and I'm not putting it out there for long-term leases, but it's strictly used for Airbnb or VRBO or whatever, then it's truly a business. Like Dr. Warren said, if there is a possibility of going through and identifying those and taxing them at a different rate. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let's add that. I'm assuming someone has written that down, and we'll get Councilman Canale the answer to that question. But I mean, great point, because if you open a business and operate a business, you're supposed to have a license or a permit, right? And so what's the penalty for that? And are we enforcing it? Like, enforcement. If you're operating a rental home in town and you don't have a permit, I'll keep my comments to myself. We'll wait for 2 more weeks. But yeah,
look into that, and we do have to cross-reference with state statute to see what limitations they have. But we can look at those.
And we're here to support I think that, for clarity, that would all fall under y'all, right? Enforcement.
The enforcement of the short-term rental as a part of the ordinance. As far as the taxation or things like that, or the business license, that would not. But we could certainly work with the clerk to.
Yeah, the work with the clerk. Okay, yeah. Yep. So that data would come from there.
Yes, and so we would be able to look at the addresses and provide whatever we get out of our Rentalscape platform, which is a lot of good information, and then maybe cross-reference that to see if there is a possibility of taxing at a different rate or requiring a certain business license. We have those addresses and that information now that we can use to see where we can coordinate with other departments.
Yeah. And not all short-term rentals are bad. We know this, right? I mean, I love going out of town and using the services. Exactly. But I mean, I think for constituents that reach out to us, it's usually after the fact. And if we could have a customer-facing page or a constituent-facing page that says, hey, you see an address in your neighborhood, here are the steps to take if you think something bad is happening or about to happen. And then on the back end, when you report that address to us, or maybe they go to Develop 901, and they can see if it's an actively listed Airbnb. And if it's not, and they're doing that, then that's a problem, right? I say Airbnb, excuse me, short-term rental. Sure. That's a problem for us. We need to enforce that. Whatever that law is, and if it shut them down for 30 days or 120 days, or they lose the grandfather license, I think those are the things that we want to empower y'all to do. Obviously, whatever the law, under the letter of the law, right? Right. But it's that constituent-facing page, and then what do we do when you send us that address, citizen of District 5? How are we checking on that? And so, I think looking at some of the addresses again where we've had some issues, and we'll do that in a couple of weeks, just to kind of tell that story for us. Last question, though. Is that story on the Develop 901 website? It looked like there were some addresses listed. If you go back to slide 2 or 3, the Rentalscape. Could you go back to that slide?
Yes. So that one. Yeah. Right. Those are all of the. Yes, you can go check all of the licenses, the permits that are out there.
Public can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's our public-facing permit.
Okay.
Right. The Rentalscape platform is internal.
Is internal. Okay.
Right.
Got you. So that's the public-facing Develop 901. So constituents can go to that now, today. There's an address. Okay. No, I love the discussion. Yeah, we've got 30 more minutes. So let's go, Councilman Canale.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Logan, you're next.
And what's the difference, and I know that other cities have addressed this, for people that just rent their backyards, most specifically their pools for the day. On restricting that or permitting that, that just turns into a complete nightmare for established neighborhoods because those people don't live there. They don't, and I'm not saying that all, but for most of the time, there's no respect for the neighborhood, the neighbors, the cleanliness of the neighborhood, the noise, so on and so on.
I gotta say, like you're the only time we hear about it is when bad things happen, right? Nobody
Right.
calls us and says, "Man, everybody did a great job today," right? So,
Right, yeah.
thank
Well,
you for
and
bringing
that's-
that up, Canelli.
That's a good point. I know that Councilwoman Logan, we have actually been able to stop a couple that were in her district because we knew about them early. One of the things is if they're a paid event, they're required to have a temporary use permit. They can have one event per year, essentially. But once we know about if it's a paid event, and we've been able to do that in a couple of instances, I think, where we have information about their charging, and we've gone and talked to the people who are renting them out, and they've stopped. The homeowner has stopped. So some of it is until we know we can't do anything, but we're finding more of that information out, and we can use Rental Escape for certain things. And for instance, that we've talked about looking at the ordinance and seeing right now the ordinance says that you can only have up to 3 bedrooms that are advertised. And so we're looking at ways we can go through and filter out if someone's advertising for more than that so that we can address those issues. So we're finding ways that we can continue to start identifying these things that are outside the ordinance or parties and things of that nature. So
Yeah, and again, like addressing when we say address things, and that means for all of us. This has been an issue for so long. I don't want us to just say that. I mean, we need to follow through with an enforcement action. If it's a fine, if they can't rent their home anymore, I don't really care about that. Like follow, because there's so many good people doing all the right things, but it's the call that we get or it's on the news where something bad happens. And yeah, I mean, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you for that. Thank you again for coming your presentation. Thank you, Chair, for this ongoing discussion. I definitely want to amplify that the point that Dr. Warren made about, and this is just in general, I think we all have the same sentiment. If you're running a business, you are required to have a business license. It has nothing to do with all the others. So if we just strip it down to that, owning a business or having a business, whether it's in your house or not, you need to have a business license, and then that way you can answer what type of business and go into that and identify that. The second thing is for those that are not grandfathered. I mean, those that are grandfathered in or say they are. We always have the state Tennessee House Bill 1050. That is going to be our saving grace, really, for those bad actors, where people are getting shot, where people are taking over, holding hostage neighborhoods. And that's what's really happening. Our neighborhoods, we're already trying to strengthen them. And these people are holding them hostage with these short-term rentals, having these parties and renting out the pools and, just mayhem. Actually, not all of them, but we're talking about the ones that are at that point. And so we need to really lean into Tennessee House Bill 1050. That's already state approved, and that's a tool they gave us. So I think we should lean into that, as well as making certain that they all have a business license and permits. So thank you for that. Oh, and don't forget the pools, because they're in the summertime. We just had a couple in our precinct to have a couple more shootings, and one was shot again at a party like this. So it's not just, they're having fun or they're rental, just, this is investment. No, at these places, some people are ending up getting shot and unalived. So thank you for your work. We appreciate this. And as always, we appreciate you, Safeways, for the work you're doing.
Thank you,
yield back, Chair.
Councilwoman. So even if it's a codification of, we could adjust the ordinance next Tuesday, right? All right, good deal. Any other council members? All right, thank you all so much for everything. All right, so that's it for item number 1. And then item number 2, discussion on data center zoning plans. This was requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, if you want to make any comments or.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's just a few comments I want to make, and then Mr. Ragsdale can step in. We see the data centers and what's happening all across the country, but we need some guardrails. I just saw that House Bill 1847, House Bill 1847 passed in May, right? So the state has some teeth that we can work with, that I would love for you to look at. There's also, I would love for you, and I'll send you the information, to look at some stuff that's going on. The mayor, and where is he from? I'm trying to think of. Is it Arkansas? Denmark. I think he's in Denmark. I'll send you that, but we're going to have to make sure that our zoning protects our neighborhoods and our communities from noise, pollution, environmental impacts. We're going to really have to put some things in places. Don't want to regress back to what has happened, because, where it is now. But I want to talk about where you are, what's our plan, because this is happening and it's moving expeditiously. And we kind of can see what happened in Nashville. And they were concerned about that with the zoo and the animals and the noise. But we want to make sure there are some guardrails, especially for the communities in District 8, to make sure that we put some protection. And 9, I'm about to say it, and 9, we put some guardrails that will protect our constituents here with these data centers. I know House Bill 1847 did pass. I would like you to look at that, and I'm going to send you some more information, because we really need to be aggressive, and this is nothing we need to be just sitting on. So what are your thoughts? We did talk about it. I think you said you were looking into something, and where are we, and how far along can we move more aggressively? Because I know we're working on all our zoning right now with that 3.0. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you, Councilwoman. And you're right, we are working on the code update and the comprehensive plan update. So in that process, we are looking at data centers and how the zoning regulations are being addressed. And so we just have a short PowerPoint here that'll kind of address some of the things and facilitate the presentation and the discussion. So 3 things we're going to talk about. Why are we talking about data centers? What are our next steps, lessons from other cities, and then just general discussion. And so why are we talking about data centers? Obviously, it's a nationwide issue. It's a novel use. The current UDC and really no zoning regulations address them specifically as a specific use. And so we need to gather information as we draft our regulations. And so that's what we were talking with you a couple weeks ago, and we're doing today. And so some of the zoning considerations for data centers, and really any use, data centers, they're potentially a large building footprint, not always. They can have a lower employment than other uses, but also lower traffic. So that's another consideration. So there's some different things with data centers than other uses might have. They can feature on-site power generation or other equipment. So we've talked about this several times and what zoning typically addresses, and then what other agencies do. So this is really the same for all uses. Where are they permitted? In the current UDC and in our draft UDC, we have a use matrix. So it has all the uses on the left and all the zoning districts on the top. And in that matrix, it tells you where things are allowed by right, where things might require additional approvals, or where they're just not allowed at all. So in the text of the zoning code, you go into more detail: site and building design, landscape buffering and setbacks, what types of other equipment are permitted, and then size and scale. And again, this is the same for all uses that we talk about. Other agencies and regulations, they typically address some of the other things that we've talked about: water consumption, the power supply, consumption, emissions, and air quality and noise. So what are other cities doing? And, it is changing rapidly. And what most people are doing is they're treating data centers as a specific use. So we have this, let's write the rules around this use. Differentiating between large and small scale data centers, because obviously there are a wide variety of data centers. We have data centers throughout the city that support St. Jude and other types of facilities, but they may be smaller, and so how are those integrated into the city? Adopting site design and screening standards so that they're compatible with other neighborhoods and so residential, and so we're looking at those things. Limiting large data centers to industrial districts, what a lot of people are doing, and then adopting rules so that you coordinate between the different agencies. So some of the things for discussion today, where should they be permitted? How are large versus small treated? Are there special approvals for certain sizes? And so that's really where you get into, again, they're varied in size across the city. And then what regulations are necessary to ensure compatibility with the neighboring properties, so particularly residential. We do look at between these things in commercial, but we're really more interested in the residential part of it. So next steps, we are working on our draft regulations so that we can come back and present those at a later meeting, and then also present them across the street at the county commission as part of our code update that we're currently working on, that we've talked about quite a bit. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or open it up for discussion.
All right, we've got Councilman Warren in the queue.
Thank you. I don't know if you're aware, but there is technology available, particularly for these very large data centers, where they can go ahead and they can do whatever they do and not use any water. Okay, not have any evaporative water loss or anything like that. And I think I would really encourage you strongly, and I'll get you information where you can find this information. We need to be the first in our area to not allow large data centers unless they build a center that doesn't consume vast amounts of water. That can be done. Some of these data centers can also come online with solar panels and with wind generators or other things where they can provide their own power without polluting the air, which is what's happening, I think, with the XAI down in Mississippi, and there are 57 generators that are on temporary use for a year. So there's a way that this can be done. And I think one of the things we as a community and everybody up and down our aquifer need to do is establish these sorts of regulations so we can protect this aquifer from being overused by power centers that are coming in. One of the reasons they're here is they know we've got the aquifer. There is technology where they don't have to do that. We've also got a lot of other resources here that would help them. How do we do that? And as we move forward, can we have that as one of our options for very large data centers? It shouldn't affect businesses like FedEx or businesses like, St. Jude's that have data centers that are business size. Those are very different from these large data centers that are running AI and Grok and other major components in the amount of water and energy they're going to use. So I think you can be able to figure out how you can differentiate those in your regulations and bring those to us, because I think that's something citizens would like to see, knowing that our data centers are not using all our water. Having that water recycling plant built right now would make me think, well, that's not really a necessary thing to do. It sounds like it's going to be just so we can make sure if other big centers come through that we're going to have enough resources and, not waste our aquifer water and protect it. We can be the model for surrounding communities so they can protect the aquifer too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brett, if you need, I can get you information on where that's being done and how it's being done and who's doing it. And after the meeting, I'll get that to you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Warren. We've got Councilwoman Logan up next, and then we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. you mentioned there are smaller data centers that are being, well, let me ask the first question first so I won't forget it. This one is from a constituent, NVIDIA. I'm not sure if you know, is that the right? NVIDIA is testing putting micro data center modules on residential homes and sharing the revenue with homeowners. Will this be affected by zoning, and how will this affect our grid?
I'm not familiar with that, so I think we can certainly look at that. Okay. I'm familiar with NVIDIA, but not that specific.
I know we're talking about downgrading zoning or placing, making zoning kind of determine where they are, but if they are putting micro data centers on modules on residential homes and sharing, then that's going to bring a whole nother conversation. So that's a question that a constituent who is really into data centers asks. My second question is about, I was told that there's a data center on Fraser Riley Road near the water treatment plant. Are you all familiar with that? But it's hidden by behind some trees and surrounded by trees. I did see a truck go in there the other day, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's what they're talking about." Are y'all familiar with something there? It's across from the Nike plant.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that, but I would say this. There's been a lot of conversation. I definitely understand the concern about data centers. One thing we have to consider is data centers are not new to us. Yeah. Now, as they've increased in size and there's been an increasing use of technology, there's been a lot more sophisticated types of data centers and larger data centers. So I think that having a deliberative conversation about what it looks like in our community and make sure that we can protect our community, that's fair. But I don't want us to signal that data centers are bad. Because again, Mr. Ragsdale director mentioned this. We got powerful data centers, but they're at our hospitals. And they save lives. We've had data centers at FedEx. They employ people. So it's not new. It is how we use and what we use. And that's anything that we do. And so I think that this is a start of a great conversation. But I don't want us to demonize data centers or stoke fear. And I think that what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton was in the discussion is worthwhile so that we can have an open discussion, so we can really normalize what has always been here. We don't scare the citizens, but we also protect the citizens.
Right. And I totally agree with you. But I think it's incumbent upon those that are in the know to inform those who are not, or else you're going to have mass hysteria and scare and fear. But, if you inform everyone, and just like you said, and we have an open discussion and impart knowledge and information, I think everybody will be on the same page. So, when you don't have information, that's where all of that comes from. So I look forward to continued discussion. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, thank you for bringing it up in your presentation on the data centers that are here, the ones that are potentially coming, what the differences are, what the future looks like. Then we'll all be informed and can all be an advocate and, for data centers, good or bad. Thank you. Are you back, Chair?
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other council members wish to speak?
Yes. And I guess I'll end it. Chief, I do concur with you. We're not trying to put any fear, but I've been dealing with this with the National League of Conference since I've been on this council. And there are different types of data centers. And you know what has happened to our city. And so what we want to be is not demonize anything, but bring awareness and bring knowledge and make sure that District 8 and District 9 do not put these data centers in our communities where our citizens are. We need guardrails. We need protection. Just like what's happening in the rural cities. We're in it. They don't even understand what's about to happen in the rural cities where land is available. They're coming after it. But if you don't have something there and present to give our citizens, and that's what happened to us. because there was no foreknowledge. It just happened. And that was so unfair to our citizens and to the people that it happened to. We brought them in the conversation after the fact, and now we're here. And so we don't want to do that again. And no, we're not demonizing it, but it is what it is. And so what we want to do is make sure that we have guardrails, and we clearly understand, just like Councilwoman Logan said, they're marginals that someone, said that the citizens may can capitalize off of. But however, we need to make sure that there's some guardrails that the constituents and the citizens here in Shelby County and Memphis know that we are aware of what's happening and we want to be on top of it. And that's all this is a discussion about. Because you can talk all day if it ain't your lived experience. And you don't understand what's going on and what's happening. And so we want to make sure that all of our citizens are safe. And we want revenue, we want money, we need it. But we want to do things decently and in order with fairness and equality. I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. This meeting is adjourned.
2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford, Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Logan, and Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to officially welcome Jasmine Joyner Marshalls. Stand up, Jasmine. We want to welcome her to the Memphis City Council team. Jasmine joins us as our new legislative financial coordinator. As we begin our fiscal year 2027, strengthening our financial oversight was one of this council's key priorities during this budget cycle. And Jasmine's role will help ensure that we remain informed and proactive. Jasmine, we're so excited to have you on our team, and we look forward to your expertise and leadership that you bring to this important role. Please join me in giving her a warm Memphis City Council welcome. Woo! That brings us to our add-on items, which are items number 11, 12, and 13. Item number 11 is a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $591,000 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs. This was sponsored by the administration, all council districts, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 12 is a resolution to establish the Memphis City Council's Community Grant Program FY27, all council districts, sponsored by myself, Swearingen Washington. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 13 is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Grant Program for FY27, all council districts. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for same night minutes. The same night minute items are items 8, 11, 12, 13, and items 9 and 10 have been withdrawn as a request from the administration. Does any member of the committee